If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 28th of January 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics here today at Sandown Hillside. This is how the track looks like at Sandown, and the Sandown has two different circuits. The first one is the lakeside and the other one is the hillside. We are going to be using the hillside today, which is this particular section of the track. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 490 meters, approximately 500 meters. The ground rating is good. We've got 8 races here today. About this track, Sandown happens to be one of the toughest track in Australia. And the reason is because of the straight, which is about 500 meters. So we are here today and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight those situations. But that's more or less what we do. So we are here with the first race today. We'll take a look at the odds and we'll see what's going on. Number 1 has been scratched. We don't have number 1. 2563. So I have, what are the changes? Let's first talk about that. So we've included these 2 sections. We already had this one where we could see which is the highest leverage point. All right. But that's just not the leverage. That includes a lot of other factors which are there that plays a role. And where we were getting it from is from this section where so we've got a con, and we have to put the highest con on the high side and the lowest con on the low side. All right. that gives us a little bit of understanding of how the competition is laid out. So like if we do this, so 4 is the highest con, we've got 4 for all the horses, and 49, negative 49 is the lowest, so that is also constant for all the horses. Now we were so far calculating only the higher side. We were not, I mean, we were calculating the lower side, but that was something that we were not applying. But from today onwards we will apply that. And what that brings up is this. So what that brings up is the field. All right. Now, what is the field? The field basically is going to give us a little bit of understanding of how and where the pressure is lying. Okay. So when I say pressure, we know that there is a low pressure, high pressure, and all that is happening. But how the field is designed, so there are quite a few factors which are involved in designing a field, which starts with the acceptance of the horses. So the horse, there are two primary steps in which the racing of any particular horse racing is designed. The first step is the acceptance, where all the trainers, they actually submit an application for their horses to be accepted in a particular race. And then once the horses have been accepted, there comes a declaration. In the declaration, the horses are accepted in the races, but not necessarily the race where the trainer had applied. I mean, the trainer might have applied for a maiden race, but the horse might get accepted into benchmark 60-65. And if that horse is still there in benchmark 60-65, then where and how does that work? So this is something that we are going to follow. We will see how that works. We know the VT and the SE going on negative is still bad. And that's more or less where we stand right now. So we'll see what the odds are. 2, 5, 6, and 3. 2 is the favorite. So now, why we have taken the challenge high, CLH and CLL, CL low. So we know that there's a low pressure that always plays, and we always know that is particularly a place, depending on the race and how that thing is working. But what happens basically is that that's one metrics. The other one is what is happening through the class level. All right. This is advantage. We know that, but that's a challenge. Yeah. But what happens when the class interferes is this. Okay. So if this is 0, that's a good thing. But along with that, you have to have this and some good numbers here. So that's where we stand at this point of time. We will see how that thing works. So according to the odds are right. And I'll tell you why the odds are right. So if we look at the race, it's a benchmark 70-2400 meter. Now, a benchmark 70-2400 meter, there are quite a few things that needs to be taken under consideration. First thing is the distance, 2400 meter. 2,400 meter is a distance which is very good with the 5-year-old mares. True. Okay. That's a very good distance with the 5-year-old mares. But that has to also align with the benchmark. Okay. This is, I mean, tactically, the 5-year-old mare has advantage because of the nature of that horse. It's a mare, it's a 5-year-old. It will always be of speed. It will always, most of the time, it will be of speed. It will be of the right body weight. It will be all that. Most of the time. Where it will interfere is the class. Okay. So that's that. The class is the 4th. That's the 4th class. Okay. Through the DICR, it is the 4th. And then comes the challenger, which is going on a negative leverage here as a challenger. That is not good. Okay. So 2 is okay to go. Then it is this one, which is there. Now, if that's that, then again, we will have to look at how things are. So 6 comes after this, but it is going on negative leverage. So that probably is not it. Okay, this is the second one through challenge. All right. And then comes 4, which is here. Now, if we take a look at where the 4 stands here. Okay. Through the thing, it is the 4th through the horse. Through the FR, which is very good, is 2nd, and through the CR, it is the 4th. So there is 3 and 4, which is colliding. Now the 3 is the 2nd in line, which is the class. The 2nd in line through class, which is 0. And if we look at that, then it is also on the right track, which is good. The problem is this, that the 3 is here. Okay, so this is where this becomes a little dicey. So this is the first one. I'm not going to comment on how things may work, might work, not work, but it looks like it is probably going to be 2-3. We have seen this 2, 5, 6. So it is probably going to be 2, then 3, 6 is a dicey proposition because it is doing very well, but it is a challenger going on negative leverage, which gives us a little bit of uncomfortable situation there. So it is, I think, 2-6. Then if that is a rise, all right, because that is a rise, it'll go high pressure, low pressure. So I think 2, then comes 3. 6 probably is in a kind of a state today which may not be very comfortable. Then it falls on here, which is a higher class than the 5, and then finally it drops here. So 2 is the right odd. I don't know if the 6 will get there in any form. It has the advantage, definitely. It definitely has the advantage, and if these two are 5-year-old at the same time, then 6 definitely has advantage with the body weight. But at the same time, we are getting a negative leverage on this, which is a little questionable thing. So, and it is a challenger. That's why it is more questionable, because as a challenger, if you are on a negative leverage, that becomes a problem. 4 is a good horse, but the jockey has never raced here. And that's the fall. If that's the low pressure, this is the high pressure, then this is the challenger. If this knocks out and gets knocked out, then it falls on 4. And finally, it falls on 5. That's what I think. So I think it's 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6 is difficult. We'll see how things work. But 2 is the right odd. Now, what might go wrong? A lot of things might go wrong. The 2 may not run. The 2 may just say, no, it's a Wednesday, I'm not going to get into it. So all that can happen. This is the first one. We'll take a look at how things work and figure out. But this distance has always been with the 5-year-old mare. That's one thing that is still there. Through the age and the sex, the 5 has advantage, but through the class and the pressure, it doesn't. So this is the first one. We'll see how things work. I think it's 2, 3, 4, and 5. Also, the other thing that I wanted to mention is that this 2400 meter, the physics doesn't make sense. All right, the physics is null and void. It is not required. That's one thing. The second thing is this, that it's a 5-horse race, and a 5-horse race is a very dicey proposition in itself. Whatever we have done the dissection on the class, variants, gates, and all that. But whenever it is a 4-horse, 5-horse race, the horses don't even realize that they're racing. That's one of the major problems why the horses do not feel that their racing is a part of this. So if that thing kicks in, then there is a problem. Whoever has the lead and whoever is holding the lead has chances to win, and that is because of the construction of the race, because it is 5-horse race. Okay, I mean, we think that the 2 should win. Now, if the 2 is being, falls back, and if the strategy is that it'll kick in at the last moment, that may not happen. Why? Because that horse will not even realize it is racing. It'll keep strolling, like strolling in a park. We'll see how that works. Stretch! Welcome back, Gatekeeper! Welcome back! We'll see how that works. It's the first one. I generally like to stay out of the first race. I'll do the same. It looks very tempting, but the first one is probably to watch. Stretch is going 3561. Gatekeeper. You know, lightning couldn't stay awake, and lightning kind of has shared his thoughts and picks and all that, which is very interesting, and so kind of you, Lightning, for doing that. I know it's late today here at Sandown. It is very late at US, especially if you're in the East Coast. It's very late. Stretch is going 3561. 3561. This is actually, we'll get to see how the 5 reacts, because for this distance, actually 2400, anything above 2000 meter, the 5-year-olds, the mares, they are superb in that distance. So we'll see how that works. Modi, welcome back, Modi. Thank you for doing that, Modi. Modi brought in a friend. Thank you so much for doing that, Modi. Thank you, thank you. Stay blessed, my friend. Stay blessed. Yeah. This is one of the toughest tracks. Last week we played here, but that was a googly. Why? Because they were racing at Sandown, but the horses were from Mornington. Man, who does that? That was a googly stretch. That was a googly. Even I was confused, because they were saying Mornington at the rate of Sandown. Even I was confused. What exactly do they mean by that? Because in my last 2 years of streaming, that never happened. It was the first time I faced something like that. So I could not relate what exactly they were trying to say. But I guess there's always a first time. Yeah, they did something on those lines, but getting the intent was very dicey. I was confused myself during the races. I was confused myself. I couldn't relate. I could not figure out what was going on. Why are they writing Mornington? Yeah, because every track has a set standard, and do we have less of a problem? No, we have enough problems in our hand, and on top of that, you now switch tracks. It is like sprinkling sea salt on wounds. A very rare sea salt, probably Black Sea. 5 wins. And PC, welcome back. Yes, 5 is something that is kind of a very, very strong thing which is there. I kind of like the 5-year-old mares over 2400 meters. That's fact. But this is the first one. I'm going to skip and see how that works. But yes, you're right. Physically, that horse is in place. Physically, that horse is in place. Adaman, 5 win, 2 and 6 are for exotics. Adaman, welcome back.
Green lights on there, right to run. She said, racing. Poor Hazelden left well with Misco Blends, and going out fast is Just Believe from the outer. It's going to cross and lead now, and dashed away from Edge Spinach and Misco Blends on the rail. Then Tornado Talia, Lucy Fernando, Poor Hazelden, back last Silent Whisper on the turn. Just Believe and Edge Spinach getting up on the rail. Just Believe the leader. Edge Spinach won't get there, and Just Believe fourth clear to beat Edge Spinach, clear to Tornado Talia. Then Misco Blends followed by Lucy Fernando, Silent Whisper, and Poor Hazelden never landed a blow. 22.69 the run. And it's 6, 7, 3 and 1, Just Believe, over the 4 range across all of the tapes. Sprint race number 5 to launch off the main quaddie. Sandown on the bigger hillside track. An 8 race Twilighter about to get underway. Just repeating David Gately. Amazetta number 5 on top to beat 6, 2 and 3. 2 $2.15 this morning with tab, late $2.50, back into $2.25. He's been close up in Saturday grade of late. No rumours for Celine Vaudrey. Paul Pushka off the inside is $4.20 this morning. $4.40 back into $4 very late. Amazetta is the on top of the gator. $4.40 this morning, $3.90 back out to $4.40 off the all-the-way winner Geelong in this trip last time out. And then Eagle Angel is $6.50 this morning, 7 into 6 back to $6.50 late. Sister Pass is the outside at $10 out to $12. That's the read. Tab fixed. Small field to kick us off over the 1.5 miles. Blindly Done is 260 into 225 last 15 minutes.
526.
Bookmakers and no rumours attracting interest to beat it. Was a disgrace beating 2.3 in a Saturday race in South Australia at Murray Bridge last time out. 4.40 back into $4. Amazetta on top of the gate of 370 to 440.
John, welcome back.
7 back to 650.
Well, good morning, Mickey. Good morning to you too, John.
For the twilight, partly cloudy.
5 is good. That's a 5-year-old mare, 2,400 meter. She fits the bill, but the class is still there. We'll see how that works.
Andrew Martin joining us, so all aboard for this 8-race card here in the Twilight Zone for the Melbourne Racing Club. Amazetta goes up, completes the line, and the field is locked away. 2,400 metres on the hillside, starting at approximately the 300 metres and then 1 lap and away they go. No rumours, and there's Amazetta about a length and a half away in third. Politely Done fourth and no rumours as they spread early. Sitzer past the leader, 3/4 Eagle Angel at the post, and then came Amazetta a length and a quarter away. And just like we saw at Geelong, Dan Stackhouse isn't going to let them get away with Blue Murder in front, you'd fancy. Too Politely Done, and no rumours the grey as they run out of the straight with 1,900 to go. So with the Australian Open on, Sitzer Pass, the omen bit of the race leading out by 2 lengths. And just strides out a little bit bolder now from Eagle Angel in second. Then came a length centre, a length and a quarter, no rumours. And Politely Done, the favourite, last of the 5 over the crossing to the back section. 1,600 metres to go, racing on the hillside today, so a lovely long run for this small field. And the leader is Sitzer Pass, the last start Mornington winner, leading by about 3/4 of a length. Just wanted to idle there, and Eagle Angel moves up a little bit closer. And as a result, Shane Foley just had to wake Sitzer Pass up and keep it concentrating. A length and 3/4 Amazetta, and then came No Rumours. And at the turn of the field is Politely Done. So the small field to head towards the 1,200 metres, where it's Sitzer Pass leading. Eagle Angel getting a lot closer now, about a neck away, just starting to test the leader a little. And Foley's just niggling away there on Sitzer Pass. They're 2 lengths in front of Amazetta, watching all of that unfold. 50, almost flat to the boards off the back, Sitzer Pass there. Given a real reminder off the back, and then Politely Done and No Rumours. So they certainly quickened it up and reached the 800 marker, where Eagle Angel continues to test Sitzer Pass. A length and a quarter away, Amazetta right on their heels, stalking them. 2 further back is Politely Done, and last of all, No Rumours, 600 metres to go. Eagle Angel shading Sitzer Pass, who still battles on as they run down Corrigan Dib at the 500. Amazetta loomed up, made a line of 3, just trying to be careful that it doesn't go too early, and they're 2 lengths Politely Done, and also trying to get away from the inside No Rumours as Amazetta went to the lead. 250 metres to go. About a length and a quarter, Eagle Angel and Sitzer Pass, and then No Rumours and Politely Done. There's a wall chasing Amazetta though. 100 metres to go. Amazetta's 2 lengths in front and is going to do it again.
5, 6, 3, 2. 5, 6, 3, 2. Boom!
Politely Done maybe just ahead of Sitzer Pass, who wasn't travelling from about the 1,000 metre mark. Amazetta was and goes right on with it. And go to the top
5, 6, 3, and 2.
$4 range across the totes. He has a really good 2,400 metre record. It's now had 4 goes to this trip for 3 wins. It's unbeaten at the Sandown, 2,400 metres off the hillside.
Boom, 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 boom.
No Rumours and Eagle Angels, really tight go for 4th there. And it's 5, 6, 3 for the first 3. Matt Hill calling an 8 race twice. Sandown. Quick break on Sky Racing. The 4th Q1 Lakeside next into Eagle Farm.
So what happened is that a 5-year-old mare actually knocked out everybody else. Over a 2400 meter, they are amazing. They are amazing. That happened. We'll go to the next. One, 7, 9, 11, and 12 all scratched. 5, 3, 4, and 2. Okay, so the 5 is the favorite. Here, so what actually happened here on this particular race is if you look at what happened, it is because of these people who were here. All right, it is because of these people. And if you look at the first and the second place, that's the orange guys. All right. So what basically happened is both of these geniuses actually made the decisions that they shouldn't have made, and they kind of did what they did, and we saw that. So here we come to this particular race, which is a maiden race. Now, Sandown is a very difficult place, especially when it comes to anything below benchmark 78. The wider gates are a problem. So the 3 is not the favorite because of that it is still a wide gate, which is gate number 7. The 5 is the right odd. Now, if we want to believe that the 5 is going to deliver, then we have to consider a few things. So why 5 is the right odd? Because of multiple reasons. It is, I mean, whatever little leverage and no leverage is there stands this guy who is the highest leverage point. That's the first thing. The challenge is lesser than the 3, which is also true. Comes from an inner gate. Fabulous. Where the problem is there is this genius who's going to be riding this horse. Whatever little pressure that it has, that still is a jock who's not rightly calibrated on 5. I mean, this is where I generally like to, decide whether I want to get into this or not, because what's in it there for me? Practically nothing. Why? Because first, it is a maiden race. Second, the favorite, which is there, is logical, but the horse is going to be ridden by someone who's not the right person to ride this horse. That's the first problem. Now, let's say I go against it. Then what is the next choice? 3 definitely is coming from gate number 7. So that's difficult. If we have to look for an inner gate, and if we have to look for some kind of an advantage, then the next fall is 4. Okay, this is where we stand. The jockey has, there's a strong jockey relationship there. The jockey has experience with this horse, which is good, but it is a colt. Jockey has ridden the horse, but he did not have success with it. If there was any success, it would have showed up here. Okay, so that's that. Plus, it has one race. It did not do anything in the first one. This is the second time it is going to run. Whether it will do anything nice is a hope. 3 is in trouble. 5 is questionable because of this genius guy who's sitting here. 2 is going to be running first time, coming from gate number 10, very wide. 4 is a colt, which technically is quite capable of knocking the 5 out. Quite capable of doing that because of him. Okay, because of him. This is still better. That is at 37.7. This is 22.7. Huge difference between these two guys. So, technically speaking, 5 is the right odd from multiple sources. It has the highest leverage, inner gate. It is the second linear, should win. But where it will go, where it has the chances of going wrong is this genius taking a decision, a call on this. It's a 1300 meter. It's not 1,000 meter. Okay, it's not 1,000 meter. It is a 1300 meter where how you are going to produce this horse is going to matter, because this is coming from gate number 4. So with the nature of the horse, you're going to rave this. But with the pressure on this horse, if you rave it from the gates, it'll give up. It'll not work. So for me, it's a pass. 5 is okay. 5 is okay, but what we need to understand is this. I mean, it's not we need to understand, but we need to take in consideration a repeated pattern. Okay, a repeated pattern. When they are in green, what does that mean? When they are in green, they basically mean that these people are capable of handling low pressure horses. Why? Because they are above the required weight that they need to have to ride that horse, any of those orange horses. Okay, they are a little heavyweight. Now, generally, as of now, what is the total weight a horse is carrying? That's actually exactly twice this weight. If 2 is carrying 61 as a carrying weight, the total weight it is carrying is about 122. Okay, that includes the jockey weight and the saddle weight of the jockey, plus the cane, plus the cap, everything. Now, when that's 61 and that is amortized as green, that means this guy is heavyweight. Okay, this guy is heavyweight on a horse which is he riding, whether it is on advantage or disadvantage. Now, what does that mean? If he is heavyweight, what does that mean? For me, it means that he is unprofessional. Bottom line, why he is unprofessional is because he cannot control his weight. The top jocks who are there in the industry, they are capable of losing up till 3 to 4 kilograms overnight. They can do that. They are constantly traveling from one track to another, and they are capable of losing or gaining 3 to 4 kilograms overnight. And when you are overweight and you are riding a horse, that means that you're physically not fit. That's number one. Number two is this, that you're lazy and you're unprofessional. For me, that's the bottom line. That's the baseline. So for 5, it is one of those green guys. I do not know how to trust them. I do not know. If they win, they win. Okay, fair enough. You won't. But does he deserve my money? No. He doesn't. And the reason is because he is green on this horse, on a maiden race. So yes, the chances are the 5 will, the horse is good, has the right arrangement. What can go wrong is exactly what went wrong here. This one also had the right arrangement. It went upside down because of this genius. This is also on the same lines. 4 is a hope. If the 4 runs, then it is unstoppable. But whether it will run as a colt is a big question. Is a big question whether it will run. And if it doesn't run, then it doesn't run. 3, as a linear, has difficulty. Why? Because it is coming from gate number 7. 3 doesn't have the problem with the jock. Okay, the jock is okay. The jock is okay. 3 doesn't have the problem with the jock. 3 also has the body weight, a little lower leverage. That's okay. But it is coming from gate number 7. So 3 has genuine problems. 5 has a very unwanted problem. 4 is a hope. We are getting a 0 on this, but this is not doing great, so there is nothing that we can talk about. Then the 13 is coming from gate number 11. Probably a very difficult job for a challenger from that gate. 8 is with one of the best jocks, is going to run neutral. So that's that, but it is not doing great here. So those are all hopes. Those are all high hopes. So they will work, not work, only God knows. In between, if something else happens like that 10 from the gate number 1, that will be very, very disturbing. Can it happen? It shouldn't happen. This horse has got 7 race, still a maiden. That does not certifies this to be something nice. So yeah, the 4 is in a position to knock out the 5 because of him. 3 is difficult because of the gate. The jock's good. 2 is going to be racing first time, so has the highest baseline advantage and probably doing better than 4. So that's that. But this is where it stands. If I want to support the 5, that's not happening. I will not do that. Let's see how that works. Who needs a stretch out is something that I don't know how to decipher that. Who needs a stretch out? That I don't know. But looking at it, it doesn't give me the confidence on 5 because of him. This gentleman is a genius. What he will do is a decision which is a top secret kept with him. He will reveal the secret during the races, and somehow his secret is something that I would like to stay away from. It falls on 4, but it had one race. It did not do anything. How it will translate this time is also a question. So that probably is not something that if you look at the odds, 4-3, 5-3, 4-2. So 5, 3, 4 on the third line and 2 on the fourth line. So the odds are not bad. I mean, the odds are suggesting the right thing. But it is like this here. It's not about the odds. It's like this, that this distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. So they kind of are very strong on that. And on top of that, there are 2 genius minds who are sitting right here. So they're quite capable of doing what they did. Here the 3 is good, but comes from gate number 7 with the right jock. 5 has the right arrangement with that genius. Gatekeeper, what about 8? 8 is, so how 8 is not doing great. I mean, how will I talk about 8? Look at those numbers. It's not borderline bad, it is actually bad. This one is terrible. This one is bad. But here is, so now if we check that, a 5, 3, an 8 comes here through the challenge. 4, 6, then 4, then 10. It's difficult for 8. I mean, it has a little bit of class, if we want to call that a class on a maiden race. It has a little bit of that, but somehow things are not right. And the 10 has been there in the same position. And it is stagnant, so not happening. It's there's a chance if this 3 actually knocks out the 5, there is a chance. Why there is a chance is because it is still within gate number 10. If this guy takes the right call, there is a possibility that the 3 will win. But I mean, having said that, what does it open for me? It doesn't open anything, because 3 is anyway the second horse pool. So even if it wins, there's nothing. But somebody is going to win, that's for fact. I do not want to recommend anyone to get involved into this because of one thing and one thing only. Is this because it's a maiden race? There are other races. This is that disaster recipe. Okay, second thought, maybe you want to get involved. That's a choice that you want to make. Because this is that. So yeah, maybe, because that's a difficult call to make actually. $2,000 ounces of silver yesterday. PC is doing fabulous. PC is doing fabulous. 13, 5, and 3 should do for Quinn Langsett. Arman, 13, 5, and 3. No, Arman, I think what you need to do, let's do the stress testing on this now. Arman, put in all the numbers that you have in order that you have. Let's do a stress testing. Let's see how things work. John, 8 and 13. Put all the numbers, bro. Today will be the right day to do a stress testing. Well, you're at Sandown. You're not. I mean, this is a good place to be. And you were right about the first one, so there's nothing wrong. So Atoman has basically written a script. Me and Atoman have been talking about it. Atoman has written a script. A script is which is basically a program, a software program, probably on Python. And he has written a script, and he's getting good results from that script. So we'll get to see how that script is working. But these are very technical stuff, and I think it's very difficult. It is very difficult to do what Atoman is trying to do. So you have all my support, my friend. Arman will cheer for you. Will cheer for you. Put in all the numbers that you have in the exact order. Let's see how the script is working. Thirteen, 5, 3. 13, 5, 3, 5, 10. 13, 5, 3, again 5 and 10. How does that work? You have written 5 twice, Atoman. Correct that, please. Thirteen, 5, 3, 4, 10. Okay. That's what the script says. 13, 5, 3, 4, 10. That's what the script says. We'll see. But this is good for stress testing. Dows, welcome back. 2 or 3. 2 and 3 both are in trouble. Dows, both are wide gates, but they have better jocks. It's a maiden race. Three is definitely in a better shape. Three is definitely in a better shape, but you see how that works. But whatever Atoman is doing, he shared some insight, and it looks very impressive. He's doing a very difficult work, gentlemen. He's doing a very, very difficult work. It's not easy. He's stress testing. He's trying to get this thing right. We all are trying to get this thing right, but he's doing this in his own way. So we'll cheer for you, Atoman. I'm out of it. Pass. This one was anyway pass. Real money. We'll watch. When you were buying gold and silver, I was getting slaughtered in a corporate, man.
Beating Zipping Lindy. Looks like 7's run third and 4 for fourth. Second event from Sandown. Let's have a look at what's happening late in the trade with the bookies, where the benchmark is the favourite, number 5, off a debut, second off a wide run, hitting the line hard at Pakenham on debut. 260, 280 back to $2.60. Loud Charlie is the on topper for
More the 8 and 10 for me.
Up to 380, back into 350, bumped into a smart horse on debut.
The best to stay out, Modi. Best to stay out.
Again, since Geelong. They ran third to a Terang at 1,200 metres. Extra 100 should suit today. Freshened. After the line well there in that performance. And this debutant, Cano.
This is
both everywhere you look, and it's popular on debut for Danny O'Brien. A $20,000 Maurice 3-year-old to Gelding. 6 of the recent Flemington jump outs then have won a trial here at Sandown narrowly. It's a sole debutant in the field of 8. It's attracting really good interest everywhere, Cano. And for real thrills, it's under control, number 13 for Mickey D is $41.61 back into $41. Here's Matt ahead of the second. Geelong on Monday. So a bit of depth here. Saluda and also Canay, third and fourth picks. In fact, Canay third elect ahead of Saluda. Canay, you could have got 7.5 upon opening into $4.80 now. That looks to be the race. Now Canay going in with Damien Lane. Here's the benchmark, who's pretty relaxed with the ears Pringles alert going into the storm. And Under Control is going to be the final one. Race number 2, 3-year-olds and upwards, maiden at 1,300. Under Control goes in, completes the line, set at the 1,300. Ready. Racing now, pretty good line, although Daisy Duck missed it a beat, and going back to second last, Canay in front of Under Control, beginning well the benchmark with on the rails Racy Casey. Racy Casey just led the benchmark and out 3 wide Loud Charlie, so 2 of the favourites up there. Saluda got the trail behind them from Wombat, then a gap of a length and a half Daisy Duck, second last Canay, and last of all off the back section Under Control. Racy Casey the leader, 800 metres to go, 3/4 of a length in front.
He's kept it wide. 3 has kept it wide.
A couple of lengths away in 5th place, Saluda. Then Under Control. Second last before the corner, Daisy Duck, and Canay last. Racy Casey comes around the point of the corner of the 500 metres, leading Loud Charlie. Then came out deeper on the course, the benchmark peeling out 3 wide. Wombat behind them on the rails. Under Control, the bolter got to 5th, Saluda to the outside. Then Daisy Duck and Canay's the widest, and starting to wind up, starting to lead them from the back. Loud Charlie, 250 metres to go up to Racy Casey. Wombat's trying to get a run. The benchmark's hanging tough, and Canay the outside, and also coming through is Saluda. It's Loud Charlie. 100 metres to go, kicking away from Saluda. Loud Charlie
342.
Loud Charlie 3/4 of
342.
Then the benchmark in Canay. Next in the field, Racy Casey, followed by Wombat, who had limited room in the straight. Daisy Duck behind them, and Under Control was last. Behind Golden Stop Pick, Loud Charlie, home under Jamie Boss, in the 3 range across the tape.
Yeah, 3, 4, 210, I think.
And perhaps the 2 out wide for 4th. Loud Charlie wins by just over a length. First win comes at start number 2.
No, 3, 4, 10 and 2.
Yep, 5 will run third, 2 will run fourth to race number 2, with 6 races to come at the Hillside Twilighter at Sandown. 7th event from Geelong is next.
3, 4, 10 and 2. 3, 4, 10. She's been there always, okay. 3, 4, 10 and 2. You see that 5, that genius. We go to the next. This is anyway a recipe that is dangerous. No scratching. 1462. Gate! Let me put up your name. Gate was fantastic on this. One, 4, 6, and 2. Yeah, that one is the favorite, and it is the favorite in general terms and conditions without the fine print. The fine print is this, that it is the same sex, same age. We are Victoria. That's the first thing. Second thing is we have him on a pressure line. So that's the second thing. That generally doesn't go well. So generally how it works, like, you know, one of the horses with the advantage. Now the advantage is with 6. It is also doing well, but here it is negative leverage on this. So that's that part of the story. Plus it is a challenge, yeah. So the one is the right odd, okay? One, if this was a mixed bag, then that's the linear. Here the linear knocked it out. Why? Because the 5 was with him. But here the linear is with him. So that's the problem. That's the problem, that the linear is with him. '61, '67, 4, 1.5. They generally do that thing from there. 3 is Lada, 2 is '39, 13. 13. So probably it is between 6 and 4. Now the 6 is the challenger, but has a huge advantage. Where it becomes a little dicey is the 4 is here from where they fail. So the 6 is the next in line, which is anyway there. This is on the third line through the... This is 94, that's the highest. So this... maybe 6. maybe 6. And here is what it looks like. But this is a very bad recipe. That's the problem. So what is happening here is we've got these two sections. So if we look at the field, we get that, okay? That's on the highest. Now what the field is going to say is how the acceptance and the declaration has been laid out. So I'll explain this in time when we have some results from this. But this basically is going to filter out from the acceptance level and the declaration level. So what basically that means is when the horses are being produced as a contender, there's definitely a qualification check on what is happening, but that qualification check is not the primary thing. I mean, that is the primary thing, but that is not only the primary thing. That is not the only primary thing. The other primary thing is the force entry, where people think the trainers, we've had a conversation on this, if there's a high leverage, how can the horse not be well? So that is exactly what we're trying to filter. Now through this, one side we have the highest, which is the highest one, okay? The other thing is going to show us which is the lowest one. So we see that that's the lowest, the challenge, okay? Then it comes to 6, which is a challenger. Both of them are in negative. I don't know if that 7 is in a position to knock this thing out. It is a higher class than this. That's that. But that probably will not happen. It's a 7-year-old mare. But the 6 is the second in line, but it is a challenger, okay? This is third in line. This is right after this. This is the second. So what my assumption is this, that, you know, this thing always plays foul. We've never got it right. And why we've never got it right is because we know that certain things that we are aware of, that this works on a low pressure. But the low pressure will also have to match class and the gate. The 6 has the low pressure, which is the second line, and through not only the low pressure, but the challenge in this particular race is the second in line. That's easy, okay, for 6, but that does not include the gate and the class. It is measuring the pressure model and the body weight, which we are doing in many other places, but here we are going to do this. So the chances are 6. The chances are 6, okay? 6 doesn't have the right jock as well, but that jock, that pressure is okay. How much can I trust? That's a questionable thing. Him and the gate, both are problems. The horse is doing fantastic. It is in the second line. So that's that part of the story. Pressure generally doesn't work. Pressure generally doesn't work in this kind of a situation. So my assumption is this, that it is probably 6-1, because it will rise unless this actually gives up because of the jog. So in that case, the rise will be out of these two horses, 4 and 3. Okay, this is where the rise is. So if that happens, then it is 5-4. And if that's a rise, then there is always going to be a drop. So then it is 2, and then it is 1 if that plays. For 3, it is getting a little wider, but has the leverage. But the problem is the same, that there is a jockey mismatch. So I think what will happen is if there is a rise, the 4 is the rise, probably. If the 6 gets this, then the rise will be here on 4 because of the form line and the jock. This jock is the best. Okay, the class is also higher, double this. So it's here, then here. Then if it goes here, that's a possibility. Or if it drops, technically it will be here on 2 and then on 1. Then on 1. So I think it's 6. I'd like to get into it, but I'm very scared. Got that try, Mickey. Atoman had what? Let's see. Where did you get the try? You had 13. You had 13. Atoman. Okay, the placing 3, 4, 1, 5, 6 in this place. No, don't do that. Don't do that, Atoman. Keep it like this. Keep it like this. You will get the right. You will get the right intel. You will get the right intel. Don't say you got the try. That did not happen. Okay, you did not get the try. The numbers were there not in order. But what happened here is that you had 13, 5, 3, and 4. The result is 3, 4, 10, and 2. Okay. Now, what probably you should work on is why 13 did not work, because you were right on 13 and 13 was, 13 had the right numbers as well. So you were not wrong. You were not wrong on 13, but what went wrong with 13 is something that you need to figure out. First is gate number 11. Second is it was a challenger. All right. Try to figure that thing out. Instead of changing your odds and calling that I have got a try. No, you did not get a try. What happened basically is your script showed 13, which was right. Okay. You had issues with the gate and the class. Neutral, if you can figure it out, you figure it out. But that's the problem that you faced. But your script was right. So don't change the script. Improve it. Because of the gate, you lost. So what is lacking on your script is something that you need to work on. Do not cover it up. Do not cover it up. Work on this. Enchanted Jenny. Enchanted Jenny is number 1. This always goes wrong. I think it is low pressure 6 will go through. I think that's what the scene. Then the jockey will kick in, which is on 4, which is also the second line. And I believe that's the rise. If it goes here, that is well and good. As a rise. But somehow I have a feeling that this is going to go here. This is going to go here. Then if it drops, it will go here. Is another jock here. And all hoping that that 7-year-old doesn't do anything. 34156 for this one. 34156. So you think 3. Okay. Your script says 3. It is not lying. Your script is not lying, but your script is not lying. What you're saying is 3415. 3415. 5 is a 7-year-old, so you know what you are talking about. Script is one thing, the other thing is, bro, your racing experience. Three, four, 1, 5. So you think your script is not saying anything about the 6, which is also right. Why? Because it is a challenger and a negative leverage. That is right. So your script is not lying. You're doing a good job. Your script is not lying. It's reasonable, Arman. It is reasonable. But now you have this recipe to deal with. Now you have the same sex and same age to deal with, Arman. You know, just face it. That's the key, Arman. Face it. You will make mistakes. I make mistakes. Everybody does. Everybody does. Nobody is perfect, but that's the right way. Making mistakes and learning from the mistakes. You cannot do the same mistake twice. That's the rule of the game. You're allowed to make mistakes. Make as many mistakes as you want, but you're not allowed to make the same mistake twice. That is not allowed. If you can fix that, you are good. Like for me, it is a complete pass. Why? Because I am not going to make that mistake of getting into an all mare race. I will not make that mistake. All right. No matter how tempting it looks like, but I will never get into an all mare race, same sex, same age. It is bound to go wrong. It is bound to go wrong. And it has gone wrong so many times that I've lost the count. The 6 looks good, okay? Logically, the 6 has the lowest pressure, but it is a challenger. Your script is saying the right thing, that don't go with a challenger. Fabulous. But that also has the highest advantage. This one is at 21. The jock is missing. There's a genius on this horse. There's a genius on this horse. So is 6, but 6 is on an advantage model. This is on a pressure model. Stretch says 2, 4, 5, 6. Raise 3. 2, 4, 5, 6. 2. Yeah, that's the class. That is also possible. After this, it is this. If the 7-year-old man doesn't knock it out, then it is this with a leverage possible. Possible. There's a jock on this as well from gate number 1. But where the problem is here. The jock is a dedicated jock. We'll see. Possible. Stretch. Possible. Green screen? Where is a green screen? Oh. It is because of gate. I typed G and that grid came up. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It was because I was typing gate on for the, because he got that, the last one. And G is a trigger here to pull up the grid. And it did. This is the second one. So stretch, you have a point that might work. If that's that, then one probably might get a second chance. I mean, hope that it'll get to the second position, because then that'll play class, pure class. All right, then it'll play pure class. Then it is 2, 1, 4, and 6. Or 2, 1, 6, and 4. But honestly, it backfires so badly. It's a bad idea. Gatekeeper says Enchanted Jenny isn't worth the risk. No. This race is not worth the risk, Gate. This race is, you know how this is. This is a riddle. This one is a riddle. I don't think anybody has a clue. Four looks good. Of course, 4 looks good. Look at that. 4 looks good. There's a fantastic jock. So my assumption is 4 is the second position. Whether 1 comes or this one comes, I think 4 is probably the second position. That's what I think. But nah. Pass.
In the third, which is imminent for fillies and mares of benchmark 70 over the 1600 metres, Indian Jewel's been freshened after covering ground last time out at Cranbourne.
Yeah, look, I think she's the one to beat. She was good last time. You referenced that off a wide run, and her second up run, she was every bit as good as Enchanted Jenny here. And she beats her a kilo better. Look, I know relative weights on everything, look, but she was only second up, and Enchanted Jenny was much deeper into the prep. So I think she can beat her, sorry, the market-wise or talent-wise. 4 over 1. The Charming Deal's in the mix, double figure odds. It's next best for me from 2 Sigmas. So overall, we're 4-1-2-6.
And it's due in about 70 seconds or so from now. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies, where Enchanted Jenny is the favourite, 260 to 270, into $2.40. Indian Jewel is 260 into 245, just going back out to $2.50. And then Charming Deal 10.11 back to 10 is the only other little nibble in the race. Enchanted Jenny ran second at the Caulfield Mile last time out, only beaten a neck or so by Anglin's been having a really good campaign.
Oh, she's super genuine. She wouldn't know how to run a bad race. 61's no spoil, but she'll give her all. That's what she does.
And there is a tab venue mode exclusive for the favourite. You're shopping at $2.30 currently, but if you're betting in venue mode and you're quick, you can get a boosted price of $5 for the favourite here in the third. Let's get to Matt. Deal is Enchanted Jenny. Now, Enchanted Jenny going forwards. 270 to 240 on official price. Enchanted Jenny, 10 cents clear of Indian Jewel as Dane on Tour has gone forward. Indian Jewel 2 Sigma, and the last start winner Cat Noir was successful at Colac. It's going to win the last. Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives, bringing us race number 3 as 2 Sigma is brought forward, and Cat Noir is the last one. So here's Cap Noir, 1,600 metre start on the hillside, almost adjacent to us here in the grandstand, and the field is set. Ready and racing. 2 Sigma a touch slow, goes back to the end, and Dane on Tour has to be encouraged early also. Indian Jewel bounced in front. Doesn't want to lead though. Cat Noir is going to take it up in the predominantly pink jacket and led 2 Sigma, who whipped up to second. Indian Jewel got the trail, one off the fence outside of Charming Deal. A length and a quarter Enchanted Jenny, and last Dane on Tour. That's the early order.
That's a bad idea. You see what he's doing?
And the leader is Cat Noir.
It's a 1600. He raved that horse, the 6.
Deal, a length and a quarter Enchanted Jenny, and last Dane on Tour. The field of 6 on the outer loop here, 1,000 metres to go, and it's the last start. Colac winner in front, Cat Noir for Dylan.
That's a bad
Dunn, 2
idea.
lengths in front. Second is 2 Sigma, as this lead is just a little bit free up front, and they spread a little. Indian Jewel is third, a length and a quarter Charming Deal. Enchanted Jenny,
very
last Dane
difficult
on Tour,
now.
last of the 6. Cat Noir
Will
kept
it
the small
survive?
moving, approaching the 650 by a length and a quarter. 2 Sigma, 2 lengths Indian Jewel, a similar gap to
Will
Charming
it survive?
Deal. About to get mobile, 5 off the lead, and Dane on Tour last. Cat Noir down Corrigan Dib at the 500 metres with 2 Sigma getting closer. 2 lengths Indian Jewel up the outside from Charming Deal. Enchanted Jenny still with a bit to do. 2 Sigma went for home, 300 metres to go. Over a length,
no,
Indian
I held
Jewel.
up.
Cat Noir looks beaten off, and then Enchanted Jenny under the arches. 2 Sigma, 150 metres to go. Led by about a length the Indian Jewel, who's peppering away. 2 Sigma,
6-4.
Jewel, and 2 Sigma. 2 Sigma, 1
6-4, 3 and 5.
Noir kept boxing on. Third, then
6, 4, 3 and 5.
Come on, finish last.
6 for 3 and 5. So we were right about this.
That proved crucial down the straighters and repels Indian Jewel, Gazer.
6-4.
Yeah, well summed up. And add to that, the race shaved. You know, the first three home, wasn't it? So one of those Grand Prix races where not much
6 for 3 and 5.
with that weight advantage and that right arm was 2 good horses holding them on the line.
Now talking about it doesn't make sense, but this is what happened. This was the low, okay? Then it rose here, 6-4. The 2 did not get a chance. 3 and 5 actually got there. That 7-year-old mare. The 1 did not get a chance. But this was the rise, 6-4. Then came in the class with this guy. The 2 did not survive because of that. And then came the 5, which was 0 here. 6, 4, 3 and 5. Slumber party, yes. So now you say at 3, 4, 1, 5, 6, Automan, you were right about the 3. It got there. But you did not, your thing did not consider the 6 because of the system that you have built. So now you know where you lacked. But that's just one way of looking at it. This thing is very volatile. The way things are is very volatile. On a mix, on a same sex, same age. We were lucky. I was not into it. I never like to get into a kind of a situation like this, but that happened. 6 and 4 because of the jockey. I thought then it will be 2, but no, that did not happen. The 3 actually knocked out because it was in a better form. And then came the 5, which is the 7-year-old mare, where it was a drop again. We'll go to the 4th. Two, 4, 8 has been scratched. 1, 3, 9, and 5. So the thing is, this is the one which is the favorite. Never had a race. This is the first time it is going to be racing, and they're like, all of them are like bleeding. I had to remove the other column, which was about this, but we still have that to look at. So that's that. So one is something which has never had a race. And anyways, this is on the third or fourth line. Now, the thing is that 10 is doing very well, but it is from gate number 7, and that jock is handicapped in a way which is very difficult to understand why he's handicapped like that. Is handicapped at -56, which is the carrying weight. So my assumption is this, that 10 is being ridden by someone who's either penalized or there's something not right, but that's that part of the story. I'll have to figure out what's going on here. But 1 is difficult. Why? Because of multiple reasons. It has never had a race. Though it is, I mean, what the odds are doing is they are taking in consideration the male horses, which is right. Here at Sandown, the lady horses, they start with a difficulty. If you look at all the fillies, they are -4, and these are with the advantage. So basically, that's the reason of the odds. But at the same time, what is wrong is this, that I mean, how strongly can you believe this horse, which is never had a race, and it is 1,000 meter, it will run with that management, with that genius sitting on that horse? Okay, there's a genius here on this horse. So that's that part of the story. With 10, the problem is this, that they generally fail from there. Okay, that's the largest drift. They generally fail from there. But that's that. The 0 is, they generally do not win, but the leverage is here, which is on this guy, which is the linear. The leverage is on this guy, who's the linear from gate number 9 with a jock, but it is not doing right here. So what might happen? What might happen? And this one is the highest leverage. Okay, the 6 is the highest leverage, which is here. The 6 is the highest leverage. It is doing almost the same. It gets to third line here, fourth line here. This is the second line, 0, 8, 12. This is difficult. Eight, 0, this is -10, 50. One is difficult, definitely, for multiple reasons. It did not have a race. It never had a race. Management is bad. This guy who's riding it. 3 is in better hands. They're all the same. But they're on the third line. The first and the second line is wide. The first and the second line is wide. This one is on leverage, will run parallel. This is on the highest leverage model, has a jock. So 9, from gate number 9. And then 6, which is not doing 6. 9, if 9 wins. Why will 9 win? It is like that. Falls here at 51. But we don't know what's going on here. 17, which is on this. That 10 is a check, okay? That 10 is a check. That 10 is a check. I don't know how that jock is getting to negative 56. That is something that I have to look into, but that's how it looks like. So what might happen? So if we look at what is going on here, then the 1 is the favorite. Why? It is from gate number 1, but it is on the 3rd line, 4th line here, and it is brain damaged here, and it is, the brain is here. The brain damage is here, and the brain is here. So that's the key takeaway from 1. The 3 is the same thing, but less of a brain damage. And a good jock, 3. This is the linear. It's not doing great. This is still in the 3rd or 4th line. This is almost no line here, but it gets to the class here. 20, 21, 33, 9 is not in a position to win. Gate number 5. But what happens to 6? It's probably the same thing. Probably the same thing. There's this guy who's riding it. It is on a pressure model 20, 29. 7. Then it drops here. 8. Then 5, 9. That's one way of looking at it. That's one way of looking at it. Either if that happens, then 7, then it rises, or rises here. Then it will definitely drop 7, 8. Then it will drop any of these. All of them are like that. 3, 7, 8. Drops here. 31, 8, 7, 3, 8, 9, 7, 3. But is this a rise? I don't know. But that's more or less how it looks like. Okay, the challenges are this, that the 1 is in a difficult state. That's number 1. Number 2, the linear is also in a difficult state. It's not there. Which has the right state is from gate number 7, with a very, very questionable jock who's on this. What that jock is all about is something I am not able to figure out at this point of time, but we will figure it out later. But that 10 is a check. those are the right numbers. Okay, this is where it also nailed. Okay, that's the same thing here on 10. But the problem is this track does not support the fillies for a maiden. That's true. That's why it is here. The odds are here. But if we look at the horses and the arrangement on the horses, then there's no confidence on those horses. The confidence on the fillies, but the fillies are wide. And the fillies generally don't work on a maiden race here at Sandown. So that's the problem. So why 10 is not there within the favorite is the answer. Plus they fail from there. Multiple times we've seen that they are failing. That's the largest drift, okay? So they fail from there. What might happen is because of this advantage and that. So here that was 0, okay, and it went through. Now here it is not 0. Why? There are scratchings. So the 0 actually got scratched. Now this is the lowest. All right. Here what happened? That was the lowest, but it did not get through. Why? Because it was the 7-year-old mare. The 6 actually went through, because even if it was a challenger, it went through because of the structure, and that was the second in line. Okay, and the 4 here it rose. Now here that's the lowest. Here we don't have the numbers because they have never had a race. So I don't know if it might go lower than that. But whatever numbers we have, that's that. And they are anyway on the 3rd line, 4th line. So that's what it is. That's why I'm saying 10 is a check, maybe. 9 is the second in line, which is a rise. And if that happens, then that's that. These guys are very questionable whether they will get there. Both of them. And if that's the rise that we consider, then it will drop. And then probably we are looking at these horses. So that's why the 10 is a check. We'll see how that works. Arvan, 9, 10, 5. Where is the 4th one? 9, 10, 5. 9, 10, 5. Yeah, now your thing is talking right. But if you go wrong, then you will know why you went wrong. Because the problems are here and the gates. But if you go right, then we know your script is working. And it is also like that here. My confidence goes down on these 2 horses is because they will start with a difficulty. So your perception is right, 9, 10. What might happen? The 10 might win because of the form line. And this might come the second. In that case, this is the low, this is the high. And then it drops. These are definitely not drops. Then it will drop to here, which is where the 1 might come in. But more than that, the 7 might be there. Because the 7 is still on the 3rd line. 10, 9, 7. If that's a drop. And then if it rises, Then it goes to where? Probably 5 because of the jock. 9, 10, 5. 9, 10, 5. 5. That 7 is, if that's that, if this is a low pressure, high pressure, if that plays with the form line, with the jocks, then that's low, that's high. Then it drops. It drops where? Third line, 7. Then like that. Third line, 7. And then if it rises, that's here. Stretch at the exacta. Stretch. I'll put up your name. John EW5. The problem with Sandown is they kind of do not favor the fillies from the outer gates. I mean, from no gates actually. Not exactly outer gate, but it generally doesn't prefer the fillies because of the difficulty they start with. It becomes very difficult. The fillies will have to be actually very good. The fillies have to be very good. Five, 10, 7, gatekeeper. Yeah, 5 is the linear.
So 7 will beat 1 there and 9 will run third. Fourth event, Sandown Go to Headbang has been freshened and it's won a jump out since.
Yeah, jump out looked terrific. Chased a pretty good one, I think, last time.
Okay, right now, 3-5-1-9.
The first run was just fair, but it was a wet track, so I put that down to that. I saw the form's really good. It went into Grand Eagle on debut as a 2-year-old, so look, a strong form. Superstorm is your sectional star. from the last start, second at Cranbourne. Ended up last, held up, race tight, ran the quickest last 100 of the day. It's Damien Lane taking over. A couple of these debutants, Belmazan and Trapper John, they've tropped really well. And Life After Love, next best, so a 9.5, 110.
Last chance today to take advantage of the tab special up on screen. Let's have a look at what's doing late with the bookmakers. Trapper John is 3.30, 3.40 into 3.10. Zubber Storm is the move to beat it for Damien Lane, Anthony and Sam Freeman, 6.50 into $4.20. They are the two most popular quite clearly. Go to Trapper John and Zubber Storm.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, a lot of these.
Checking the 9 place.
It's tough to be super confident.
Right.
I do know there's been merit on the clock.
9 is running 0. Okay.
It's certainly merit on the trials from Belmazan.
Here's Matt for the fourth. Backing trip to 1,000 metres here. Life After Love has gone forward, so the field is just about right. 1,000 metre dash as Zubber Storm is going to be the final one with Damien Lane. Zubber Storm goes in, field set. Sportsbet fast form 1,000 metres and away they go. And Life After Love jumped enthusiastically and was probably the third out, beginning well towards the outer headbanger from Bordito, Life After Love. And they were followed by Belmezian on the rails. Further back, Zubber Storm, Dirty on You, and the favourite Trapper John is back to the end as they reach the course proper. 650 metres to go. It's headbanger by a length and 3/4. Bordito, Life After Love. Belmezian behind them, 2.5 off the lead from Dirty on You, Zubber Storm. And last of all is Trapper John. 500 metres to go. It's headbanger held together by 2 lengths Bordito, and they were followed by Belmezian trying to get into its work from Life After Love, and Zubber Storm produced up the outside. Trapper John is trying to unleash as well. It's headbanger as they reach the 200 metres. Hands and heels, 3 lengths in front. Trapper John is unleashing on the outside. Check Zubber Storm on the way through. Headbanger stopping at the 50. Trapper John steaming on debut and gets
10.
Trapper John by
Jesus Christ.
got rough at the 200 now, and they were followed by Belmezian.
10.
Storm got stopped in its tracks and then came
No, 3-3.
well back in the field, second last.
I thought that was 10,
And the
3.
last to finish, Dirty on You. Trapper John on debut, zooms over the top of headbanger. Toppy runs
391.
5 ones up in fourth position. Trapper John home in the 3 range across the
391.
150,000 by per in
In 6.
It's a storming finish for a good horseman in Clint McDonald. Gator.
Yeah, look, it was a terrific debut win, and they came back well.
So 3. Three was the next favorite actually. Then 3 became favorite. 3, 9, 1, 6. 3, 9, 1, 6. Five didn't get there. 1 did not get there because of him. That's the brain damage. That's the brain. 3 was in a better position. We'll go to the next 5. Six and 7 has been scratched. 3, 8, 4, 2. Okay, so now what is happening is, let's check this is a bad one to refer to. Anyway, we'll stick to this. So generally, I take my hands off whenever it is going negative on both the sections, all right? But we are facing that. And at times it is working, at times it is not working. And to address that, I had to bring in these two columns, the field and the lower class, the lower challenge on the class factor. So what this basically does is, I explained that it is on the acceptance and the declaration level. So when we do that, this comes here, okay? Now, what basically this doing is, it is laying down how the declaration probably has been designed. We'll get to figure this thing out once we have some good numbers on this. For this one, we had 6 and 4, which was, if you look at what's going on, this was the low here. This was a 7-year-old mare. We did not consider that, but we did this on the lower side. So lower side, and then it jumped here with this. So generally, the field is going to be set on the basis of the qualifying. So this is the highest qualifying factor. All right. Then comes class. Then comes performance. Then comes the rest of the things that generally are involved. But we are not only doing that, we are also calculating the pressure, the distance, all that. So the three, technically, when they go negative, it becomes impossible for them to deliver. But that works on circumstances. So what are the circumstances that needs to work? The zero or this one has to be higher class. All right. These two, the primary two threads have to be of a higher class. That's not here. This is higher class, but that's a 7-year-old gilding. This is not. Okay. This is not. This is definitely the highest class, but it is a 7-year-old gilding from gate number 4. What will it do? I don't know. But that's that part of the story. The second comes is this one, which is definitely not of the class. Okay, it's a benchmark 66. It is not that it's a great class to work with. That's one way of looking at it. Now, what is happening is that 3 is in the right arrangement today. Why? Because this class cannot beat because of what it is. The 2 which is here through the field and the acceptance is on the third line, which cannot happen. The 8, and it is a 6-year-old gilding. The 8 is a drop, but that's the challenger, right? So it is in the right arrangement. And because these two horses are in a kind of a fix, therefore 3 has that window where it will go through. And it has one of the best jocks. Okay. Now after this, this is a benchmark 66. So they have 3-8, which is also the right odd. It will fall. Now falling means it will fall here or here on these two, out of which 5 is like that, is a lower class, and 4 is like that, which is a higher class. Advantage on this. Okay. This is on the third line. This is the second. The first is not good. The fourth is not good. This is on the higher end. This and this are like competing each other. So there is going to be one of these horses. My assumption is this, the 4 is the next. That is, anyway, we have the advantage on that horse. Okay. So how it might play is the 3 may actually win. And why it'll win is because of the factors like what happened here also. Okay. So the inner gate. The inner gate is the key. It has the inner gate. the physics is very, very steep on this horse. This horse might actually give up. But if it gives up, then it falls on the challenger. Okay? Now the challenger doesn't have a jock. It's one of those green guys. If it fails, let's say if it gives up, there's a 100% chance that it will give up. Why? Because the physics is against it. It's going negative both sides. So the physics is going against it. So if it gives up, then it falls on 8, which is in the right frame. But it is a challenger with that jock. Okay. But if it falls right, which I think it would, and I'll explain why, then it is 3 and then 4. Why? Because the 8 is good, okay? The 8 is good, but that's the second linear. Whatever little pressure it has, and the jockey is misaligned. The jockey is misaligned. We've just seen if the jockey is misaligned, then what kind of a damage happens is, so this jockey is misaligned. So I don't have the faith on 8 that it will win. I think the odds are right. And if the odds are right, then it probably is 3, then it'll be here because this guy is a 7-year-old. This one is not doing great on the 4th line. This is the second line. Okay, this is the second line. If it falls here, from there to here, then there is a rise. Then it will be 8 with the form line as a challenger. And then if it falls back on 5. 2 is a 6-year-old from gate number 8. I don't know if that can happen. If the 1 kicks in, we know why it is possible for 1 to kick in. So all those things are possible, but I think it is 3, 4, then 8 if this genius doesn't actually destroy the horse. So that is a high pressure. This is a low pressure. This will be the next peak. From here, if it drops on this 5-year-old mare, that's a possibility. If it drops on this, then that will be a class. So I think the odds are right, but I like this race. I like this one because of these horses, I had to work on these things, and I would like to see the 3 winning. If we consistently get the right numbers through what we are doing here, then we will have a go ahead from where we are standing right now. I think the 3 should be able to do, not because it is the linear, but because today in this race, it has the best opportunity, provided it doesn't collapse. There is a 100% chance that it might collapse. We'll see how that works. I like the 3 and the 4. Gatekeeper 4-3. Yeah, that should happen. Let's see. I'm hopeful that it happens, because it took me a long time. And I sent some thoughts to Adoman. Adoman says I need therapist. Adoman said I need a therapist and medicines. No, I kind of, I'm kind of so I'll show what I sent to Adoman. Hold on. And Adoman was like, so this is what I sent, okay? I don't know if you can read. So I said, I'm adding a field structure. Reason, every race has 2 primary steps. 1 is acceptance, 2 is declaration. What we did not have so far is how the field shapes after declaration. As of now, we know the advantage and disadvantage, which we always refer to. But how does that work with the field? So the example is 10 horse race. Each horse has been qualified to participate. They have advantage and disadvantage, which is the pressure. But on what basis structure are they against each other? So that's exactly what I'm trying to explain here. So on what basis? Okay, field is the basis. And now if you read, then that will give you the reason why Adoman said I need medication. Analogy is India and Australia are at war. They both have warheads, military, air force. Some advantage, some disadvantage. But why are they at war? How? Is there a possibility we can do this numerically? Then what is relative is why ice creams in a store, even when of different flavors, are kept in a sequence, that is vanilla followed by strawberry, then chocolate. Why the shades always go either from dark to light or light to dark. Same with clothing. Why a food menu starts with appetizers and ends with a dessert. They all have a logic in place. It depends on stock, availability, bestseller, etc. But what does that mean for horse racing? So Atoman is like, bro, you're nuts. This is what I asked actually. Atoman. I said, I'm testing it on today's races. If you can ask AI, my mind, if you can ask an AI about my mind dropping, then please let me know what it says. My nuts, these could be something like that. Arman says AI doesn't know. Prescribing medicines and see a therapist. Treasure man 241 241. I don't know, Stretch. I'm trying to connect the dots. I'm trying to connect the dots numerically. No, so yes, you're right, Stretch. They feel that because the trainers are forcing those horses in, because the trainers are forcing those horses in. So what the trainers are doing is they are also gambling. They think that, all right, I have a horse, it has a leverage, it has some good numbers. Why not take a chance? Because there's a prize money. All right. The reason is the prize money. Correct, PC. Correct, but it's like this, PC. I am in a kind of a state where it's like the chicken or the egg. Which one comes first? Is it the chicken or the egg? So that's where I'm standing right now. We'll figure this out. It is just a matter of time. That's all. We'll figure this out. It's just that there is no reference point. There is no reference point. I tried looking all over the internet. Whatever books are available, whatever references, whatever people have spoken about publicly, whether they are handicappers or punters or analysts. So there's no reference point. Everything is like blank. You have to figure it out. And to figure it out, the only way is to build the data. I don't know if you have something. I mean, if you know of a book. I tried looking. I couldn't find, and I tried looking as in like tried looking. All right. I looked at every possible places where I can find a book on this. There are no books on this. I couldn't find, at least. If you have, let me know. Whatever people talk about is very vague. Whatever people talk about is very vague. Those thing we already know, and it doesn't make sense. So they talk very vaguely on this. Handicappers never open their mouth. I mean, people who are actually doing this at the racetracks. People who are actually doing at the racetracks, they never open their mouth. And whatever they said publicly is don't know PC. I mean, my thought is like this: we have to be structurally right, logically right. We have to be structurally, logically right. We cannot just take it on face value. We can't take it on face value. Whatever it is, it is. PC has 2 on Ascot. And the 2 is winning. Probably. No, that is 1. The 2 was the white horse, PC. There's basically a lot of gray areas, like especially the decision makings. I mean, it's not us who are only making a decision. It is also the trainers who are making a decision. It is also the jockeys who are making a decision. So the worst part is the jockeys making the decision. It is not just we are making a decision. The decision, there are 3 layers of decision. First, we are analyzing, we are looking at the numbers or our racing experience, and we are making a decision. Fair enough. But before that decision, there has been another decision made by the trainers. Have they forced the horse into this race? And then comes the favorite part of the game, where it is the decision of the jock. How that genius is going to show his
Dynamite return win with the 60 or the weight and broke the sale track record. Had form around Egerton and job done. As a young job done, went within a 3/4 length of winning a Group 3 on Saturday. So it's great form. The clock's there to back you up. So I've got Yes We Are as our best on the card. Angel let's look some sort of danger fresh here with 54 kilos, so 6 kilos less than Yes We Are. Some good form around her last prep as well, including the like of Cavalry Girl, who's a recent Flemington winner. Of the other, Symphony of Colour has fresh form and is in the mix. Mr. Magnus perhaps next 3-8-4-2.
Let's have a look at the late activity with the bookies in the last 15 minutes. The Gately best, Yes We Are, 185 into 180. Symphony of Colour, 550 out to 6 back to 550. Go to the other one is a double figure odds, and it's firming everywhere. Umgawa, the toppy. Late with the bookies, $15 into $11. Ran 8th at Flemington first up. Fresh into it's one of Seymour jump out since.
Yeah, this move confuses me. He doesn't win, and when he does, it's not at 1,000 metres, and he was out sprinted at 1,000 metres first.
Where is Aduman? Aduman, where are your picks?
Interest though.
Where is the script?
Your top pick, Yes We Are. Sold previous second up go was in the debut preparation.
241,
Horse ran second at
214.
Job Done, who's now a Saturday winner in Group 3 place and off a wide run. 5 subsequent winners came through the race.
Yeah, so I should have finished closer. That horse, Job Done, and you're right. That horse is.
Stretch runs.
She just ran well in Group 3 Manfred Sachs. Behind another promising one in Space Rider. They beat home some pretty challenging ones, including Salty Bill. So look, it's great layered form around this 4-year-old.
And yes, we have a talented mighty race 4-year-old.
No, I like the 3 and 4 I wrote here.
Yeah, it is that even that Egerton form is great. Egerton, a recent.
I can't do a lot of things legally, Stretch. My country doesn't allow me to do a lot of things or say a lot of things. You don't want me to be in the prison because I'm doing analytics. That would be the worst. Because me going to jail because of maths. Nobody went to jail because of maths.
Just about right down there. One to get set.
Nobody went to jail because of doing maths. If that happens to me, I'll be the first one.
A little bit agitated there in barrier 1 as well. The attendant with Yes We Are. The field set Data has them racing jump with them. The favourite Yes We Are was beaten out by Angel Ladder and Croatian Art. Yes We Are about a length and a quarter away third. And then again Mr. Magnus with Ungawa and Symphony of Colour. So Angel Ladder led Croatian Art, who's fizzed up. 650 metres to go. They run it relatively hard by 2 1/4 to in third place Yes We Are with the drop on those. A gap to the Rails Ungawa, then Mr. Magnus and Symphony of Colour. Through halfway, 500 metres to go. Angel Ladder by a length, and then Yes We Are, who slipped to the outside of the track under a hold, a couple of lengths off them and starting to come into it. They were followed by Ungawa, and then a gap Symphony of Colour. Angel Ladder approaching the 200. Croatian Art throws out a thread, and Yes We Are on the outside makes a line of 3, but it's no good thing. Angel Ladder, Croatian Art, stride for stride. Yes We Are not getting there, then Ungawa. Croatian Art gets its bib in front on the outside, and Croatian Art has beaten
5 and 8. 582.
Mr. Magnus steaming home, and Ungawa. Yes We Are second last, and Symphony of Colour last. Behind Croatian Art and Dakota Keen launching off the main quaddy is a roughie, $21.30 and $5.60. Rolls over Angel Ladder at $2.40. 2 looks prominent for third, Mr. Magnus taking a late dive at Umgara and may well get it. Croatian Art wins second up at big odds, Skater.
Yeah, it was a fun quaddy, wasn't it? Look, she
got 8.
She said second. They looked pretty quick as you
582.
from Matty Hill and got the better of Angel Ladder, who's not and held off.
5. Five 8-2. Didn't work, sir. Did not work. You're stuck. One 911 scratched. Two 3 10 4. So the odds are right. The odds are right. So what is happening is this is the highest class, okay? And it comes under the top three advantage model. comes under the top 3 advantage model. So that's the highest, but it's a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 3. Possible, but then we have to believe how is that going to be possible. So if that's low with class, then it is the 10, which is the next. Okay, it rises here. The 4 is very wide. The 3 is a jockey like that, but is a very good hand. Now the difference between the 3 and the 10 is 3 definitely is a higher class, but 10 is doing very well. This is on the 3rd line. 2 is the class with the advantage, this and this. 2. Then like that, 45. So I don't know whether it will fall here. Both of them are dicey. The 3 is like that with that jock. This is at 45% bleeding. Both of them are dicey. The other one is a 7-year-old mare, which is dicey as well. The 7 will fall in the class. And if that's a 6-year-old, which is here on the right. So the 2 is the right odd. Then the challenge is this, that if it has to fall right, then it is either 3 or 10, which is also the correct odd. But both of them have their own challenges. This one is like 45% bleeding on the stud farm. The jock is good. The 3, the jock is like that. 2, the jock is superb questionable. But through the class, that's the advantage that it has. The other advantages which are there is a 7-year and a 6-year. These two. This is on the 3rd. Okay. This one is not doing great. Falls in class. This one is getting under pressure. Because of that, if that's the same, then the class should win. So 2 is the right odd. Then everything is hazy. If it falls right, it should fall on 10, but they're like that. It should be 210. Then if it falls, it should rightly fall here. Unless that 7-year-old mare because of the form line and the jock knocks out the 3-year-old gelding. If that happens, it will be very sad. It is a higher class. So this one is in between from gate number 1, which is the right odd, but they're like that. So things are hazy here. Okay, things are hazy here. 3, 4, 10, I'm not sure. 2 is okay with the class and the structure. Jockey is definitely questionable, but it's an advantage model, so should not be a problem. This is 3, which is 4.5, drops. This is 4. Now, can a 3-year-old gelding be beaten by a 6-year-old gelding or a 7-year-old mare? Which should not happen. Technically, it is here. The odds are right. Technically, it is here. The jock is also not a problem because it is an advantage. It is an advantage model. So if that's a fall, that's a rise. Then there will be a fall. So where the fall will be? Five, maybe. But that's wide. In that case, this kicks in. Or this one kicks in. So that those parts are hazy. 2 is the right odd. Now, provided, how will it work? So now if we look at what happened here, okay? So what happened basically is this, that this collapsed. It did not work on the 3. It did not work on the 3. That's, I mean, we're stuck here. The assumption was this, that 3 and then the 4, but both of them failed. This one failed because of that. This one failed because of the gate. Okay. 8 was a challenger. Failed because of this guy's genius with that pressure model, did not work. That opened up 5, which was the second in line. Okay. So this got knocked out. This got knocked out because of age. This one also got knocked out because of age. This one got knocked out because of jockey. This one had the right opportunity. The 4 got knocked out because of this gate number. Here, it is like that. It is the right gate. The jock is questionable. It is an advantage model. So we don't have a negative here. So the problem is here the jock and here the management. Here is the gate. That's the problem. The 5 probably doesn't stand a chance. But with those going on, with the circus going on here, might open up. And because of the same circus that is happening here, the 7 might open up. So if that becomes that, then this is high, this is low. Then it goes to high, which is here, probably 3. So that becomes volatile. The structure here is kind of dicey. Okay, the structure here is kind of dicey. 2 has the arrangement. The jockey is definitely questionable. We'll see how that works. I like the 2. Yes, the 2 is the right odd. 3, 4, 10, all dicey. I don't know if those things, because here, if what is the assumption is this, that the 3 is where it will fall, which is right because of the class. Okay, but there are two problems with that. One is this, that the jock is like that. Second is this is on the third line. The class is there, but it is like that. In that case, 10 opens up from gate number 1. But they are like that, they're bleeding. Okay. The next fall is this one, which is running 0. So we had a 0 here, the 9, which did not do. Zeros generally do not help much. Plus it is from gate number 7. So that becomes dicey. Now, the other one is this one, which is a 7-year-old, which is a 3.5. But then it rises here. Anyways, we know that that's the advantage. So that's gate number 3. That matches. Good. Has a jock, which is good, and a dedicated jock. But that's a 6-year-old. Needs a lot of nerve to go with that. That can only get in there if all the decisions fall flat on their face here, which looks like may happen. So if all that gets knocked out, 3, 4, 10, then it is 7. Especially the 3 has to go wrong for 7 to get in. It's a 3-year-old gelding versus a 6-year-old gelding. The body weight is higher on this. So this is a heavy horse. So yeah, the 7 is kind of there. The 2 is the right odd, provided the jock doesn't do anything funny on this horse. This section is questionable. Let's see how that works. 2 is the right odd, probably. Ooh. Good night, Stretch. That gave up. The 3 gave up. The 3 kind of collapsed in between. Oh, Stretches here, 4, 5 plays. Let's go. Should have been race 7. Arman, what happened to race 6? What are your picks for race 6, Arman? You're jumping to race 7. How do we solve this? How do we solve this? This was a benchmark 66. That was a bad idea, actually. Man. Race 7, you're going to race 7, Arman. What about race 6? What about race 6, bro? Three, 7, 8. I think he's talking about race 6 only. 3, 7, 8. Yeah, I could figure that. That was race 6, 3, 7, 8. You're talking about those numbers. Let's see. The 3 is the 3-year-old gilding. The jock is funny both ways. Here it is also funny. Here it is funny pro max. I mean, look at what happened to 8. Alright, 8 was good. Look at that guy. Whenever there is a pressure, this is not a pressure actually. So yes, there's a chance. 3, 7, 8. Whenever there is a pressure, they kind of. And if you look at the replays, you will see what is exactly happening. They can't move that horse. They can't even move that horse. They're bouncing up and down on the saddle, trying to make it run. Three, 7, 8, 4. Super. Bench 166. Knockout.
Race 6 Sandown up next. It's 0 to 66 over the 1400. And David Gately joins me. Gately, joint favourites on the top. Bill, the Anthony, and Sam Friedman trained Gottfried Kirk.
2 should work.
Yeah, good evening to you, Sam. Great working with you for the next couple of races. Gottfried Kirk's a horse I've always had a little bit of time for. I thought he tried well into his first run at Geelong. He ended up a long way back. I think he ran into a handy one in Tarzan. His last 600 sectional there overall was very good. Some 5 lengths above average. Gets to 1400. Hasn't been a great day to be a run-on horse, but he can be hopefully within striking distance from gate 4. Bold strikes a logical danger. He just got a bit lost first up. He made good ground. Fit up further there. The Chicksy draw was a gate. This time to sit close to himself. And Sky Watcher, I think you're certainly not out, but the market's telling you that 3, 2, 10 and 4.
Your fourth pick in the market there, your fourth tip, sorry, Gator, Homewood, number 4. It's been in ripping form of late, and there's been some good money today for her.
Yeah, punters gravitating on speed runners. There's been a couple of races today where not much has changed. I mean, nearer the speed, irrespective of price. So I think that's what they're thinking with her. She'll go forward. She ran into a good one, I think, last time herself in 2 Wolves, who we will see at Caulfield on Saturday.
So Gottfried Kirk on top for Gator. Gottfried Kirk on top for Matt Hill as well. He goes 3-2-9-4. Let's head there for the 6th.
Her coming along, and that will leave Tasman Park, the 101 shot, to complete it. Race number 6 on the program. The field locked away. Racing now, and a beautiful line. Drifting out to the tail of the field is Bella Leak. Beginning well was Homewood. Had its head in front early, but Skywatch is going to kick up on the inside in time of need. Is up there with Golden Age. They're a length and a quarter. Bold Strike and Godfred Kirk, so the 2 favourites travel together. A couple Tasman Park and Bella Leak is last. Homewood eventually led in time of need, who's fired up as they reach the 1,000 marker. Skywatcher got the trail, covered up by Golden Age. A length and a quarter. Bold Strike the fence. Godfred Kirk 6th one off, and they're 2 lengths Tasman Park and 2.5 to Bella Leak. 800 metres to go. It's Homewood in front by a half length. It hasn't been helter skelter. In time of need is 2nd. Skywatcher 3rd the inside. They were followed by Golden Age as they come to the corner. Bold Strike is tucked away next on the rails at the 650.
Run, baby.
About to ease 3 and 4 deep.
This is where you gotta run.
So they run down the dip at the 500 metres. Homewood
Run.
in time of need, and they skip 3 lengths in front of Bold Strike, followed by Skywatcher. Godfred Kirk with a lot to do, and back behind those Tasman Park.
Run, moron, run.
Pond down by a neck in time.
He's got stuck.
Bold Strike.
He's got stuck. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Skywatcher's the threat though, on past the middle. Swept
10.
up, took the front Skywatcher. And Skywatcher won it by 3/4 home, but in time of need 3rd, then Bold Strike Godfred Kirk. A gap to Tasman Park, Bella Leak, and Golden Age was last.
Skywatcher 470 and 170. Beats Homewood at 250. In time of need 340. Bold Strike will get 4.
10, 4, 5, 2.
To benchmark grade, and she did it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it's a nice win. I think she's a really nice filly, actually. She moves well. There's a bit of size about her. She's now 2 for 2 at 1,400. There's plenty of substance on the clock to her. Pakenham maiden win. She went some 4.5 lengths above maiden average. So they're the sort of horses that do tend to progress and be able to go on and win again. If you've done that.
Stretch.
Too good. Logan Bates could win on a rocking horse at the moment. 10, 4 and 5 to the 6th at Sandown. Across the Ascot we go now. Leg 1 of their quadrier, Class 1.
No, I don't play greyhounds, bro. Four got the place, yes. What happened? 2 and 3 both were funny jocks. Both of them got knocked out. 3 definitely did not do anything. The 10 from the gate number 1 with a bad management, with a good jock, today went with that pressure. So 10, then it fell on 4. 10, 4, 5 is this, which is okay. 10, 4, 5 and 2. Both of them were funny. He can't move. Did you see that? He can't move. This guy couldn't move that horse. But Idiot. Ten, 11, 13 scratched. 5, 1, 2, 3. So everyone went on negative, okay? Everyone went on negative. From top to bottom, everyone went on negative. So the leverage is 124. Not happening. Don't know this. We'll get to see after the thing. So what are the things against a 5? Okay. The 5 is the linear. It stands here. Has the physics. It's not that it doesn't have physics. It has the physics from gate number 8. That is the highest negative which is going on through the VT. That's where it stands. (21), those are all pressure lines. Everything is going on negative. What kind of a race is this? I don't know. So 5 is the favorite. It's going, I mean, all of them are going negative both sides. 2 is going to run parallel, which is the first and the second linear. 1 is the third linear. This is a lower class. These are of the same class. It is higher here. The jock is on 2, but it's running parallel. This one has advantage because it has done this distance the maximum time. Also have done this here at Sandown, so it has won here. So 1 is a hope, which is that. Then if through the number, if it falls on 9, which is also going negative, is neutral. And then it is here on a 34, which is 8. All of them are neutral. This is a very good hand. Negative, it's okay. What might go wrong? That 7 might get into picture because it is higher here. 42, 30, 34. This is 3.5. This is 3. Becomes 6. So if the 4, 9, 6, no. That becomes 10%. 4, 6, 8, 4, 7, 8. 4, 7, 8 is a possibility. I mean, 1, sorry, 4 is in gate number 4. 1, 7, 8 is a possibility. Nine is wide, but it's a check. I don't know if that'll happen. But the jock is kind of funny. The 6 is very wide. Maybe 1. Maybe 1. We'll see how that works. It's the same scene here, okay? All of them are negative. Here it was not the scene, but here everything has gone negative. Everything has gone negative. Let's see how that works. Oh, I think it is 1 because of that and that. There's a possibility that it is 1. It's a difficult race. It's a difficult race. The 5 is at 124 leverage point. Eagle farm. I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Right, I'm back. PC is on 5 sand. Okay. Looks classy. Of course, it's classy. Look at that number. 124 leverage points. 124. Today, it's the first kind of a horse that I'm looking at like that. 124 here. But that also is colliding here, 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 multiple places. There's no doubt the horse is good, PC. There's no doubt the horse is good. But one side you have that horse coming from gate number 8, on the other side the entire structure is against it. Yes, of course, it must have some parts in it. That's why the numbers are that crazy on that horse, PC. You see that? That is 124. Where have we seen anything like that? The 10 went through with 26. The leverage actually talks, but when and how, that is something. The 3 got knocked out at a 42% leverage here. That was negative 48 by negative 91. I had a hope on that. This one, where will I get the hope? Where can I find hope? 537. John EW9. Nine is there. It has a body weight, but it is going to, if that's the thing, then it has 7 to talk to, 8 to talk to, 9 is good, but 9 has people to talk to, you know. 9 has first 8 to talk to. They are the same class. Then it has 3 definitely to talk to, which is of a higher class. Then it also has 7 to talk to, which is there. Let's hope that happens, PC. Let's hope that happens. And I don't know. But what might happen is everybody is negative. Okay, everybody is negative. Not a single horse running positive. Here, we had only this one negative. Everybody else was positive. But here, everybody is negative. So either the horses will say, no, we are not running. And the jockeys leave the horse and they start running. Or a donkey outside the field starts running with them. So if everything is negative, then what happens? We'll figure out now. If everything is negative,
with a bit of upside, but Buchanan looked terrific. I know leading a Colac is generally a great place to be, but look, he did put paid to them easily. He ran 11.4 last time, the quickest of the day. So if we can bring that to Hillside and on pace is having a good day, it's going to be hard to beat. James Jono was a sound return at stall. I think they can be more positive here, added fitness. Rockton Jaws can win this fresh. And 4 Cribs in the mix, 5, 1, 3 and 4.
There's a sprinkle of money here for number 2, King Tut. You left hit out of your numbers. Fresh up today off 2 trials, and here's 1 from 1 first up.
Yeah, look, he has tried well. He's yet to run a bad race in his life, and his debut, his first up win was his debut, maiden win at Pappenheim in TEDx, sure. But he's been to a decent benchmark 70 on the Lakeside circuit, and then been competitive with Flying Colours. So this Saturday class horses.
There's Pooler moving in, the well-bred Pooler. So Gator, the favourite on top. Matt Hill, the favourite on top as well. 5, 2, 8 and 1 as we head to Matt.
For the Circuit Yard and also going forward, James Jono. Now, James Jono going into the stalls. So Ryan Mann and Lady Maestro, the final 2. The odds-on favourite Buchanan drawn towards the outside. Barrier number 8. Lady Maestro goes forward to a middle alley. Or now going right off King Tut on the inside and back flipping out of the stalls. The jockey, I'm pleased to say, is okay, and Benny Allen is quite acrobatic. The horse trying to get itself almost turned around in the stalls. It may have even succeeded in doing that. This is facing the other way. So that is some sort of an achievement. It's flipped Ben Allen out and
of course it is an achievement.
bit of a thumbs up. So he's coming through.
Man, Aussies are funny, man. The way they sound is so funny. I kind of, if you just keep listening to them.
Going forward, Ryan Mann. So Cripps has been down as well. Cripps was drawn next door. Barrier number 2. I've got a feeling both of these horses are coming out. So it's official from Scales in a moment. See as well. So both of these are going to come out at 7:02. I'll just have that double check that the 4's coming out as well. Both out 7:02. Okay, Simon, thank you. So numbers 2 and 4 both out. King Tut and also Cripps. So drama in the stalls. Track just needs to be cleared. Both horses.
I anticipated something like this. They had drama in the stalls, so they're both out. I think.
Party Benefits on the inside jumped well with Ucana. Swift Power got a bit of a check. Almost buck jumped there and goes back towards the end with Rock Them Jewels. Meanwhile, the favourite straight to the lead, Ucana by a length and a quarter, Ryan Mann. They were followed by Party Benefits third, the rails, and then came Cooler, 2.5, James Jono. Then Lady Maestro on the fence, about 5 lengths, Rock Them Jewels and Swift Power. So Ucana comes back under the jock at the 850, 3/4, Ryan Mann. 2 further back is Party Benefits, and then came Cooler, a length and a half, Lady Maestro, James Jono, 2.5, Swift Power and Rock Them Jewels as they approach the corner. So it's Ucana with a couple of horses in the betting late scratchings at the stalls, has every possible chance, comes around the bend, cuddled in front from Ryan Mann, trying to throw it a challenge, the 70-1 shot. They're 3 lengths, Party Benefits, Cooler, and behind them James Jono, and then Swift Power. It's Ucana, given its head now with 300 metres to go, led by a length and a quarter, Ryan Mann, who's wobbling up the track, and then Party Benefits, Pooler, James Jono, Rock Them Jewels. It's Ucana with 100 metres to go, still a good 2 lengths, Ryan Mann running a race, Pooler, and then James Jono. Ucana is getting weary, it's paddling near the line, but it's going to do enough. Ucana won
5-9.
James Jono in a photo for third. We'll get that from Rock Them Jewels, Ryan Mann. A gap, Party Benefits, a long gap, Swift Power, Lady Maestro. And both numbers 2 and 4, King Tut and Cripps, taken out at 7:02 at the stores.
Ucana 140 and 104 beats Pool at 240. Photo for third. Gator can't do much more than 2 from 2.
5-9.
One shot referenced. I thought it should
5-9.
be closed in late, but was a bit too sleek. More to come.
5-9 3 and all that happened, but bottom line is 5 won. 5 won. And the 9 got there. The 9 got there. Okay. So 5, 9. All those guys just 4 and all that. They jumped out of the, jumped out of the stalls and they said no, not happening. Niyat. That was actually a fantastic horse. It's 124. Let's figure this out how that. We'll go to the next 8. That was the second favorite that actually. No, that was the first favorite that actually went home. The first favorite. 8 and 9 has been scratched. 2715. Two is difficult. Uh, so between 1 and 2, 2 has better arrangement. That's true. It doesn't have the physics. Can it win without the physics? That generally doesn't happen. So that probably is not it. 1 is at 52, going negative both sides, plus jockey missing. So both of them are in trouble. So what are we looking at is a thing that I have no answer for. The 2 is the favorite, all right. Ideally, between 1 and 2, 2 is better. Has jock, all that is good. Comes from gate number 8, doesn't have the physics. That generally doesn't work. Okay. But that's the first point on 2. Without physics, how will it win? I don't know. Maybe because of the arrangement today, maybe because of what is happening today, but that definitely is a red sign, red flag. One is like going negative both sides. We are benchmark 66. The 5 actually won with that 124. Here it is 52. What is problematic is the calibration of the jock. So they both are in problem in two different ways. The 7, which has the best chance, generally fails from there. 5 is wide. Then there is this 10, which is here as a challenger, which has a fantastic resume, but goes down on leverage, not working. This one is a 9-year-old gilding. I don't know what to talk about it. This one is not doing well. The other one that surfaces is this one, the 6. That and that are of the same class. This is doing better. This has a jock. This has more advantage, better body weight, but they fail from there. This one and this one are the same thing, right? They're the same class. The 7 and the 6. The difference is this, that this will come from gate number 5 on a benchmark 66. This one will come from gate number 1 with the advantage. So that is 37. This is still 23, 56, 50. So from all angle, 7 has more advantage. Than 6. But 6 has a better jock, and 7 kind of fails from there. I don't know how this will unfold. I don't know. The 1 is good. The 1 is the highest class. Okay, it is good. But there is a bad calibration on the jock. That is a bad idea. The 2, which is the favorite, is in situation. The 2 is in a better situation. But it doesn't have the physics, has the jock. So what might happen is this, that these are the 2 only pressure model. The rest everything is on. This is average 55, average negative 13. So the thing is here, okay. Here, if we look at, then it was average 49, and here it was 10, negative 10. So the high pressure went through. Here, ideally that should happen. One should win, but it is negative both sides. I don't know if at this level it is possible. This one was still class 1, which is like It's more or less the same benchmark actually, 65-70, almost same. No. 2 doesn't have physics, has a job. 1 has the physics, doesn't have a job. Plus it is like that. The one which has the best arrangement, which is 7, they fail from there. The 5 is kind of wide. The 10 is like that. So that 10 is there in some form. But with who? Very unfortunate. PC11 Ascot. 73125. 73125. Yeah, that's the arrangement. 7, I think, is in a better position, but they fail from there. And the 3 is a 9-year-old. Not that I don't believe 9-year-olds, but what is a 9-year-old doing at benchmark 66? Nonsense this is. True, Araman, but we'll see. I mean, I kind of lost all my hopes today. It is something that I don't know. They fail from there, okay? They fail from there. And only God knows why that happens. Through the numbers, it looks like that the 2 doesn't have the physics. Winning is very slim. How it can win is because everything else falling apart. Because the linear cannot win. Because the drift which is here cannot win. Because the mare which is here is a challenger. Because these 2 horses are 9-year-old and 6-year-old. So if all those things fall flat on its face, then the 2 wins. In that case, anyways, it is an 1800 meters. So borderline, the physics is fading out here. All right. Up till 2000 meter, I mean, it's 1800 meters. So borderline, the physics is fading out. I mean, If everything falls flat on its face, let's say the 1 cannot win because of the jock arrangement and going negative. Good. 1 cannot win. 7 cannot win because it's a lower class and it is up here. Okay, good. 7 cannot win. 5 cannot win because it is running neutral with a funny guy. Okay, great. That is not winning. 10 cannot win because it is a challenger, no matter it has an advantage, so probably it is the next position. 3 cannot win because it is a 9-year-old gelding. 4 cannot win because it is coming from gate number 10, a 6-year-old gelding. 6 cannot win because of its form. So if all that falls flat on its face, then the 2 wins. I have none. My picks, my picks are based on this. When I find confidence, I tell you where is my confidence. My picks are always based on this. If I do not find confidence, I tell you that I do not have confidence on this. What is going to be my pick other than what I get to see here? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find a reason why it will win and why it will not win. For this to win, everything else has to fall apart. If that happens, it wins. Do you want that as a pick? No. That cannot be my pick. Do you think this race is my pick? No, I do not want to be in this race. I don't force it, Araman. I don't force it. If it looks okay, then it is okay. If it doesn't look okay, it is right on your face. You can see what is going on. What pick will I give you? But when you talk about 7, yes, I can agree with you on certain points on 7. Yes, 7 has a possibility. But the flip side is they fail from there. And you've been here, you know that. They fail from here. Do I want to go with it? No. Simple. If it wins, wins. Big deal. If the 1 wins in spite of that, it wins. But is that where I'm going to drive your attention? No. Why? Because I know that's a risky proposition. That's a very risky proposition. Why would I draw anybody's attention when I do not have confidence on what is going on? I need to have confidence. I don't have. The 7 fails with the history. The 7 fails because the 7 fails from there. It is the largest drift, okay? Whenever the drift is up here, they are like, bye-bye. Accidentally, if it wins because of the situation, then it wins. But the history says that they fail from there.
Competitive finish, isn't it, Sam? Look, I've gone with Tacker Speed here. I said there's been good money since our chat this morning with Mardo. I think it's around 460, so that all goes well, I think, hopefully. Should get a good run. Good for two on dry tracks, both runs this prep. Beat a subsequent winner later, so she's drawn for a good run near the speed. It's a good, strong case. Waco Kid's off a triumvirate of winners, and he's pretty adaptable. The claim's useful for an informed rider. Mr. Bannock, 7, I think it's the other key winning open. Desert Anthem was good for us, just perhaps doesn't have the upside of a few of those, but in the mix. Canara's always a threat, just doesn't win. 1, 2, 7, 5, we are.
Again, you're just proving that punters can be a forgiving bunch. 1 win from 23 starts.
Yeah, I just missed your question there, mate. But it is, as I say, a competitive sort of finish, and track's been playing quite well today. Certainly near the speed, hasn't been any disadvantage at all. I think some punters gravitating to those that will settle first for you.
So Tacker Speed on top for Gator, Waco Kid on top for Matt Hill for the last. 2, 1, 7 and 3 for Matt. We thank him for his calls.
David Lane, Craig Beans 2, then it was 3, 1, 4. About to be called forward for the final race on the program. Sportsbet Race Replays Benchmark 66. And Econite is going to be the first one into the stores. So getting set here at Sandown. Thank you. It certainly has been. I reckon.
Just my take. Market explains prices, section explains performance. Only one of those actually wins races consistently. The market went wrong horribly today. It's lying on just one favorite, which actually came home. So market went wrong.
Looking forward to Caulfield on Saturday with
The section that you're talking about, your picks.
So impressive at Flemington a couple of weeks ago going around there.
That's a
one getting set is Ballinor.
separate thing to look at.
1800 metres, they're locked away.
But there's a
They're racing in the last, and Econite on the inside jumped away with them, with also Tacker Speed, Ostrata, and punching through is Canara. Now, Waco Kids are 3 and 4 deep and just trying to find a position at the moment in 4th place. So one of the course proper, Tacker Speed off the rails, led Econite, Canara, Waco Kid, a length and a quarter, Ostrata, then Mr. Bannock, who's beyond centre field, 2 lengths away, Desert Anthem, and last is Ballinor. 1,400 metres to go, and they're just trying to find their way here at the moment. We're going to the leaders, Tacker Speed, from on the outside, Waco Kid. So we've got a horse going for 3 on the bounce, leading a horse going for 4 on the bounce. 1,200 metres to go, no real pressure. Tacker Speed 3/4 Waco Kid, a length and a half Econite third the fence, and they were followed by Canara. 2 lengths away Ostrata as they run off the back section of the 1,000.
See that 7?
Sixth one off the fence. at 6 off the lead. A couple Desert Anthem, and last is Ballinor. So the leader is Tacker Speed, the final favourite, controlling this at the moment from Waco Kid as they reach the 800. 2 1/4 Econite, and they were followed by Canara. A couple of lengths away, Ostrada travelling together with Mr. Bannock as they approach the corner, and they just steadily start to pick up the tempo. Desert Anthem second last, and Ballinor the bolter 2 lengths away at the end. So on the point of the corner, 500 to go. Tacker Speed in front of Waco Kid, who's just about a neck away. Econite behind them. Canara is 2 lengths off those. Then came Mr. Bannock out wide and trying to come on. They reach the 300 metres. Tacker Speed led by a length. Waco Kid, who hasn't got an answer at the moment. Mr. Bannock comes on, and Desert Anthem right down the outside. Tacker Speed below the 200. Mr. Bannock wearing it down. Tacker Speed 3/4. Mr. Bannock now a half. Tacker Speed still clear from Mr. Bannock. Tacker Speed wins again. Tacker Speed is
1-7.
Mr. Bannock second. Desert Anthem third. Photo fourth. Canara or Waco Kid. Then Australia Ballinor and last.
1-7.
Tacker Speed wins the last. Brian Houston for
175.
is 3 on the bounce. Tacker Speed first at 3:30 and 1:40. Beautiful.
In the 1, then the 7, then the 5. The 2 did not get there. The physics was not there. That did not happen. So anyways, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Sandown. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, Adoman. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Stretch, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I know it's probably very late, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Modi, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. And Lightning, thank you for leaving your messages. I know it's very late, but thank you for doing that.